Let's hear it for Percy. Another stellar performance in the outfield. Good job.
Welcome to Clipper Magazine Stadium, the home of Game 1 of this three-game set between the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and the Lancaster Barnstormers. Austin Rooney, happy to have you along for the ride for tonight's broadcast. Well, the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs come into this one having won 4 of their last 5 games and a 27-10 record. The Blue Crabs 9.5 games ahead in the North Division, and this team is 12-8 in road games. In season openers or series openers, this team is 8-4, and they look to keep the winning ways going today as they send Eddie Butler to the mound. We're going to run through starting lineups for the Blue Crabs and for the Barnstormers. We're going to get a defensive alignment and then starting pitchers. So let's get started with the Blue Crabs starting lineup. They'll be facing off against Augie Silk, and it's Jack Sundberg, the left fielder, who will lead things off for the Blue Crabs. It's Michael Wolanski batting second. Zach Collier bats third. He's out in center field. Jared Walker is the cleanup hitter. He plays first base. Alex Crosby bats fifth. He's at third base. Joe DeLuca bats sixth. He's the designated hitter today. Braxton Lee bats seventh. He's in right field. Ryan Haug is the catcher. He bats eighth. And Michael Baca bats ninth, closing out the order for Southern Maryland. He'll play second base. And now the lineup for the Lancaster Barnstormers. It's Ladarius Clark who will lead things off. Andretti Cordero bats second. Kelly Dugan is batting third. The cleanup hitter is the catcher. That's Colton Shaver. Traven Robinson bats fifth. Trace Lair bats sixth. He's at second base. Ed Reichenbach bats seventh. He's the third baseman. Anthony Peroni is the designated hitter. He bats eighth. And Jake Hoover is the shortstop. He bats ninth. Your umpires for today's game. Warren Nicholson will be calling the balls and strikes behind home plate. Carl Villanueva is at first, and Justin Alvarez is at third base. Well, let's go around the diamond defensively, starting with the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Out in left field, it's Jack Sundberg. In center, Zach Collier. In right, it is Braxton Lee. From third to first in the infield, Alex Crosby at third, Michael Baca at second, Michael Baca at short, Michael Wolanski at second, Jared Walker at first. Behind home plate, it's Ryan Haug, who was out of the lineup yesterday, and he's back in tonight doing the catching for Eddie Butler. And now the defense for the Lancaster Barnstormers. It's Trayvon Robinson in left, Ladarius Clark in center, Kelly Dugan is in right, Ed Reichenbach at third, Jake Hoover is at shortstop, Trace Lair at second, Andretti Cordero at first, and Colton Shaver is doing the catching for Augie Silk. Well, let's run you now through the pitching matchup for these two teams. Starting with the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, they send Eddie Butler to the mound. Butler has a 5.68 ERA and a 2-1 record. He got off to a really good start. His first 4 starts, he had an ERA of 3.15, but since then, the last 3 have been tough. Over the course of his last 3 starts, he has gone 18 innings, allowing 17 earned runs. It hasn't been a walks issue on the season. Eddie Butler has walked just 4 batters over 38 innings. It's been a contact issue. He's allowed 33 hits over those 18 innings of work. If the Barnstormers are going to get to Butler, it's going to come from the hits. That's where he is most susceptible. He's allowed 48 hits over 38 innings so far this season. Well, for Augie Silk, it couldn't be more different. The left-handed pitcher has really struggled with his control. In the month of May in particular, he's walked 16 batters across 24 innings. Well, Augie Silk in his last appearance went 5 1/3 innings, allowed just 2 hits. He allowed 2 runs. He walked 5. He hit 1. And when you're giving away 6 free passes, it's tough to win a lot of ball games. Picked up a no decision in that last outing against York. He was actually thrown out of the ball game after he threw behind a batter. It was John Nunez in the 6th inning. Threw behind him and was thrown out of the ball game. He's not somebody who's going to allow all that many hits. He's allowed just 14 hits over 24 innings in the month of May. Well, we will step aside for the national anthem. Quite a few kids here in Lancaster on the field for the national anthem, and we will be back for first pitch on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
To perform our national anthem, please welcome Jordan Freed.
Oh, say, can you see by dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free, the home of the brave.
Jordan Freed. Top of the first inning of tonight's game brought to you by SOS Group. They believe that schools deserve dedicated support staff, relevant trainings, and effective administrative operations to help meet the needs of today's students. They partner with schools to provide qualified full and part-time staff, daily and long-term substitutes, expertise, and training in the areas of paraprofessionals, food services, and facilities. Visit SOSGroupInc.com now and learn more.
Well, the national anthem has come and gone. It's time for baseball this afternoon in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Well, the Blue Crabs finish up a 13-game road trip that included 4 stops. First in Long Island, a 3-game set where the Blue Crabs lost 2 out of 3. They split 2 out of 4 in their second stop in Charleston. In their third series, they picked up their 10th series win overall this year. That was in York. And today, the Blue Crabs start their 4th road series of this trip against the Lancaster Barnstormers. Augie Silk is ready. Jack Sundberg is ready. And it's time for baseball at Clipper Magazine Stadium. We're happy to have you with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Jack Sundberg comes into this one batting .191. First pitch from the lefty is a little bit away for ball 1. Sundberg showed bunt and pulled back, and the count is 1 ball and no strikes. In Sundberg's last series, he played just 1 game. He was 0 for 3 with a walk, as the 1-0 pitch is a called strike, thigh level, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike on the lefty. Top of the first inning, Jack Sundberg leads things off. The 1-1 offering. Fastball, outside edge, count 1-2. The Blue Crabs won yesterday's game 7-1, in large part due to a 5-run 7th inning. Mitch Lamson went the distance as the pitch runs up and in, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes now on Sundberg. Lamson went all 9, allowed just 1 run, 6 hits, 3 walks, 2-2 pitch, that's away, count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Count full on Sundberg, and when he plays his best baseball, he draws a lot of walks. 3-2, swinging a ground ball over towards second. It's Trace Lair who fields and tosses to first in time to get Sundberg by a single step. 1 away in the top of the first inning. Brings up Michael Wolanski, who picked up his first hit in a Blue Crabs uniform yesterday. Michael Wolanski had a 2 RBI single in the 7th. That gave the Blue Crabs a 4-1 lead. First pitch to Wolanski, a little bit low and in for ball 1. Your umpires today: Warren Nicholson is behind home plate, Carl Villanueva at first, and Justin Alvarez at third. 1-0 pitch, swinging a high pop-up foul behind home plate. We've got Silo Belko in front of us. I believe he is the mascot here in Lancaster. It's my first trip to Lancaster, Pennsylvania. He's got nothing on pinch, though. 1-1 pitch, a little bit low, and the count 2 balls and a strike on the righty Wolanski. Well, Blue Crabs won 7-1 yesterday as the 2-2 pitch is cut on and fouled off. Count remains 2-2. They trailed to start the game. They were down 1-0 in the first inning. It was York who scored first in all 3 games. 2-2. Upstairs, count 3-2. But the Blue Crabs battled back in Game 1 and Game 3 to win. In Game 2, the Blue Crabs came back to tie it, but never actually took the lead late in that game. 3-2 pitch, swinging a ground ball over to second base. It's Lair out on the shallow right field grass where he slides and tosses to first for the second out, I should say. A couple of ground outs to second to start things off, and there are 2 away. It brings up Zach Collier, and Collier was hitting in the 6th spot for a large portion of the beginning of the season. But with David Harris out, Walker has shifted from 3rd in the batting order to 4th, and Collier has moved from 6 to 3. First pitch, lefty on lefty matchup, a called strike, and the count 0-1. Well, This is a lineup that's got a lot of left-handed bats against a left-handed pitcher. We'll get there in just a moment. 0-1 pitch. That's low and away. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. Sundberg a lefty, Collier a lefty, Walker a lefty, Crosby a lefty, DeLuca a lefty, Braxton Lee a lefty. That's 6 left-handed hitters against the left-handed pitcher. 1-1, low and away, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the 2-1 offering. Swinging a 2-hopper over to short, fielded by Jake Hoover. He tosses to first. First baseman Cordero stretches up toward the right field side of the bag where he makes the catch for the final out. A trio of ground outs from the Blue Crabs in the top of the first. We go to the bottom half of the first. It's the Barnstormers coming to bat when we come back.
My new friend Tia. Say hello to my new friend Tia.
Hello, Tia.
All right, so Tia, we're gonna play that Gockenau Home Appliance laundry basket game. I want you to get a prize. If you win, I'll give you some grill parts. If you lose, I'll send you a t-shirt. Your goal is simple.
This is Andrew Luceno, and you are listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
We'll give you the grill prize. If not, we'll give you a second chance.
So what do you like about your home?
Practice like hockey. I practice sticking and sometimes shooting.
Get the ball in the laundry.
Mommy, go outside sometimes. I like playing lacrosse. Playing the switch. I like the scribble. Daddy. I like to build Legos at home. I have the biggest closet. Riding my dirt bike.
We help you home. At Hometown Real Estate, we want to help you and your family home. Whatever that takes and whatever that means to you. Give us a call at 888-225-2736 or online at helpyouhomebluecrabs.com.
Who do you want to go with? Kelly Dugan it is, yes. So good luck to Kelly Dugan. How about a big hand for my new friend Tia? And let's go, Barnstormers.
That's River Magazine and localflavor.com. The sky is the limit on savings. You can save big and get great deals on everything from dining and entertainment to health and beauty and home improvement. All while supporting your favorite local businesses. River Magazine and localflavor.com. The sky high savings. Down to earth deals.
Bottom of the first inning, it's Ladarius Clark to lead things off for the Barnstormers. First pitch swinging, line drive, shallow center field, a sliding play by Zach Collier, and he makes the catch for the first out. Well, 1 pitch and 1 out, doesn't get much better than that for the Blue Crabs starting pitcher, Eddie Butler. Eddie Butler comes into this one with 5 years of MLB experience. This is his 8th start of the season. And he pitched well in April. He pitched well for the first 2 starts in May, but that's when he ran into trouble. He's allowed 17 earned in his last 18 innings. First pitch is a called strike on Andretti Cordero. 0-1, 93-mile-an-hour fastball. A little bit away, count even at a ball and a strike. Blue Crabs 27-10, 1-1, 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Clips the outer corner, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Base paths are empty. No score in the bottom of the first. 1-2. Check swing. Did he go around? They motioned down to first, and Carl Villanueva said he did. It was a defensive swing. Cordero was probably trying to get out of the way more than anything else, but he goes down on strikes on what was not only a defensive swing, but probably also an inadvertent swing. So there are now 2 away. And that brings up Kelly Dugan. First pitch, fastball, outside corner, count 0-1. A fan here in Lancaster picked Kelly Dugan to hit for the cycle, so we'll have to see exactly what comes of that. But if he does, she wins $25,000. 0-1 pitch on the outer half in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. 0-2 pitch is swung on and fouled back to the netting. And the count remains 0-2. Just to be clear, the fan wins the $25,000, not Kelly Dugan. Though Kelly might deserve the $25,000. 0-2 pitch from Butler. That's low, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Dialed back for a 95-mile-an-hour fastball that time. And the count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes on Dugan. Here's the offering. Swinging a tapper foul, first base side, and the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes on the lefty. Well, Eddie Butler has been attacking the strike zone early. One-two pitch, low in the dirt on a breaking ball at 88. And the count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes. He's going with the 4-seam fastball for the most part. 93, 94, even hit 95. 2-2. Well, I guess that was the 3-2 pitch. The scoreboard out in the outfield had it at 2-2. I had it at 2-2. But the official count was 3-2. And that is, now we're trying to get clarification on this. Let's see what's going to happen here. Did he try to steal a walk? I think that's what we just got. Well, the scoreboard out in left field had the count at 3-2. Kelly Dugan was certain that was ball 4, but he was certainly wrong. So he's back. Count remains 3-2. We'll do it again. 3-2 pitch. Well, now that's ball 4. It was low. And there is a runner on first base with 2 outs. I don't know the last time I saw that. Well, either way, runner on first base with 2 outs. A rare walk issued by Eddie Butler. Just his 5th walk across 8 starts and 39 innings. First pitch, 94-mile-an-hour fastball on the outside corner for a swinging strike. And the count 0-1 on Colton Shaver. Butler gets a sign from Haug. 0-1, swinging a foul ball back behind home plate. That might have gotten someone's beer. We'll have to see. It seemed to splatter everywhere. Yeah, I'm pretty sure someone's beer just went flying as Colton Shaver fouled one off just in that front row of seats. And the netting, partially stopped the ball, but not before it splashed the beer everywhere. 0-1 pitch, or 0-2 I should say, called strike 3. 96 miles an hour on the fastball from Eddie Butler, and Colton Shaver goes down looking. The end of the first inning. It's the Blue Crabs nothing and the Barnstormers nothing. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com.
This is David Harris, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, the first pitch is a called strike on Jared Walker in a scoreless game in the top of the second inning. You just heard from David Harris moments ago. We've got more on him in just one moment. Here is the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch to Jared Walker, and the count 0-2. Now, David Harris did not travel with the team to York. He has traveled with the team here to Lancaster. As the 0-2 pitch, that's outside, count 1-2. And I'm sure the Blue Crabs hope to have him back in the lineup as soon as possible. And he's just been an outstanding piece for the Blue Crabs in each of the last two seasons. 1-2, that's away. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Augie Silk set against Jared Walker, who's hitting .242 this season. He has 7 home runs as the 2-2 is swung on and fouled off third base side, and the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. I hear that in this press box it gets very, very bright right around 7 p.m. as you're staring directly into the sun. We'll have to see the validity of that, but I have heard many times that this is the case. 2-2 pitch. That's away in the count 3-2. I will surely let everybody know if I see the sun directly into my eyes. And I have a feeling that's going to be the case in just about 15 minutes. Base paths empty as Walker leads things off in the second. The 3-2 pitch cut on, fouled away, and the count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. Happy to have everybody with us as Multi-Apples has gotten into the chat. He says, let's go Ducks. The problem is the Ducks aren't playing in this game. So his comments are always appreciated, but I'm not sure how that has any relevancy to our game here. 3-2, check swing. Did he go around? Yes, he did. It was a pitch low and away out of the zone. but a strikeout for Augie Silk. And there is one out. 4 straight retired by Silk to start the ball game. It is the first strikeout for Augie Silk in this ball game. Butler picked up a pair back in the first inning. Another lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch called strike. And the count 0-1 on Crosby. 0-1 offering. It's an off-speed pitch. Belt high for a called strike, and the count, no balls and 2 strikes now on Crosby. 0-2, swinging a high chopper over toward first. Fielded on the forehand by Cordero, and he steps on the bag for the second out.
Designated hitter number 10, Joe DeLuca.
Well, here comes Joe DeLuca, hitting from the right side of the plate. He is a switch hitter. So there are 5 lefties in the Blue Crabs order, 3 righties, and a switch hitter who's batting from the right side. First pitch runs low and in the count, 1 ball and no strikes on DeLuca. DeLuca was 4 for 10 in the last series with a 2-run shot and 5 RBIs. 1-0 pitch called strike at the knees in the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Solid crowd on hand here at Clipper Magazine Ballpark. As the 1-1 is low and the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Or I should say Clipper Magazine Stadium. There's a merry-go-round out in left field. And a sizable number of fans here as this one is swung on and grounded through the left side for a base hit. Well, it's the first Blue Crabs hit of the day, and Joe DeLuca is aboard with 2 outs. Brings up Braxton Lee. Well, it is yet another hit for DeLuca, whose batting average just continues to climb. Up to 364 on the season. First pitch to Braxton Lee. That's away for ball 1, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Blue Crabs have the first hit of this ball game. As a 93-mile-an-hour fastball from Augie Silk is away. 1-0, called strike. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Silk's been going with sinkers primarily. DeLuca with a moderate lead off of first. 1-1 pitch, another called strike. 93 on the gun on the sinker that clipped the outside corner. American flag waves off in the distance as the shadows creep onto the outfield grass. Here's the 0-2, swinging a foul tip that deflects off the catcher Colton Shaver's mask. And the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes on the left-handed hitter, Braxton Lee, who had 18 at-bats at the major league level. Those came with the Miami Marlins back in 2018. Silk set. 1-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Silk with his second strikeout of the inning. The Blue Crabs strand 1 at the end of 1.5. It's the Blue Crabs nothing and the Barnstormers nothing. You're listening to Blue Crabs baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com.
The first pitch from Eddie Butler on Trayvon Robinson is inside for ball one. Count 1 ball and no strikes on the lefty. And the bottom of the second inning still scoreless from Clipper Magazine Stadium. 1-0 pitch, swinging a ground ball foul, first base line over toward the Lancaster bullpen. The Lancaster bullpen faces toward home plate. In foul territory down the right field side. Here is the 1-1 from Butler. Fastball just off the inside corner. Count 2 balls and a strike. Well, Butler's velocity has really ranged. He was throwing 95 and even touched 96 back in the first. 2-1. Swinging a ground ball foul. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, Butler already has 2 strikeouts on the day, and he's following up a masterful performance from Mitch Lamson yesterday, where he went 9 innings, allowed 1 run. He struck out 13. Butler will throw his 19th pitch of the evening, and it runs low and in on Trayvon Robinson. This is not something Butler does a lot, find himself in 3-ball counts. Not to say he pitches to contact necessarily, but he does allow quite a few hits and not all that many walks. 3-2, swinging a ground ball through the right side, and that is the first hit for the Barnstormers. It comes right on cue as Trayvon Robinson is aboard to lead things off in the second.
Second baseman number 33.
Here comes Trace Lair. Lair kicks around some dirt from the left side. Lair will be followed by Ed Reichenbach and Anthony Peroni. Butler set. The pitch, swinging a line drive, left field. Sends Sundberg back a few steps and makes the catch neck high for the first out. Quickly throws the ball in. Wolanski prevents that one from getting away as it rolled toward his mitt on the outfield grass. And there is one away in the bottom of the second inning. Well, it always helps if you're a pitcher and you earn quick outs. And that's what Butler gets out of Trace Lair, who's hitting just 173 on the year. And Ed Reichenbach, who's hitting 143 now, comes to the plate. The bottom of the order for Lancaster really struggles hitting. Lair at 171, Reichenbach at 143 as the first pitch is swung on and tapped foul. And Peroni at 123. Jake Hoover, the 9-hitter, hits 250, but went 6, 7, and 8. Have an average of about a 145 batting average. It's not do all that many favors. Runner on first base, one out. No score in the bottom of the second. The 0-1, swinging a line drive, foul behind home plate. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Well, the Blue Crabs and Barnstormers each have a hit apiece. Blue Crabs come into this game with a 27-10 record. Butler gets a sign from his catcher, Haug. 0-2 pitch, called strike 3, outside corner. Eddie Butler fired a 96-mile-an-hour fastball past Ed Reichenbach, and it clipped the outer corner. And there are 2 away. Butler's command looks great tonight, and the velocity of his fastball is just jumping out of his head. So after the leadoff single from Trayvon Robinson, induces a fly out to Trace Lair, and he strikes out Ed Reichenbach. The first pitch is a little away for ball 1 on the 8-hitter Peroni. Anthony Peroni bats 123. His OPS, 388. 1-0 pitch, swinging a ground ball over towards short. Michael Baca tried to field it on the short hop, and it skipped up onto his wrist. And that's an error by the shortstop, Baca. And there are runners on first and second.
That error brought to you by Mako of Lancaster. Life throws you uh-ohs. Just say better than Mako. Book an appointment today at Mako.com. The shortstop, number 7, Jake Hoover.
And here comes Jake Hoover, the 9-hitter, with 2 away in the bottom of the second. Trayvon Robinson, who singled, is on second as the first pitch called strike on the outside corner. Anthony Peroni on first. He reached on the error by the shortstop, Michael Baca. Baca traditionally very sure-handed. Here is the 0-1 from Butler, swinging a ground ball over toward third, snagged on the forehand by Crosby. He flips to second. Wolanski makes the catch for the out at second base to end the inning. So Hoover grounds into a fielder's choice. That ends the second inning. We're finished with 2 innings of play from Clipper Magazine Stadium. It's the Blue Crabs nothing and the Barnstormers nothing. Stick with us.
No explanation.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, that brings us into the top of the third inning. No score from Clipper Magazine Stadium. Augie Silk back out for his third inning of work. He's allowed just one base runner as Ryan Haug steps in, and he gets hit by a pitch in the thigh. He's been a ball magnet for whatever reason. Ryan Haug is constantly hit by pitches. As the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs have the leadoff man on in the top of the third inning. That brings up Michael Baca, who made an error back in the bottom of the second. First pitch, a called strike. Right down the middle on Baca. To give you an idea of how many times Ryan Haug's been hit by a pitch, that was the 14th time this season that Haug has been drilled. The team's been hit by 43 total pitches, so he has more than a third of the team's hit by pitches. Got another number for you in just a moment as the 1-1 pitch is away. Augie Silk tosses over to first base to check on Baca. Runner on first, nobody out. 1-1. Swinging a ground ball, foul, third base side. Only missed by maybe a couple of feet. So the count is 1-2 strikes on Baca. The Blue Crabs have been hit by 43 pitches. Blue Crabs pitchers have only hit 16 batters. It's a 27 difference. Runner goes. 1-2 pitches up and away. Throw down to second is in time. They get Haug trying to swipe second base. And there is one away in the second inning, in the third inning, I should say. As Michael Baca restraps his batting gloves, he'll step back in. Count 2-2 strikes with one out in the top of the third. We're happy you've decided to join us. If you'd like a shout out, just type where you're listening from in the YouTube chat. We'd be happy to give you a shout out as the 2-2 pitch is low and in. The count 3-2 strikes. We're here live from Clipper Magazine Stadium. The 3-2 offering way low and in. And it's ball 4 to Michael Baca. And he didn't quite know how many balls have been thrown either. It's just the second time today that no one really knows whether it's a walk or what exactly is going on. Kelly Dugan back in the first inning thought he had drawn a walk before he actually drew his walk. So he walked over to first base. They figured out it was just a 3-2 count, and Baca wasn't sure what the count was either. Ball 4 ran way inside on him. Here's the pitch. That's low and away. Baca's going to advance to second base. And so there's a runner on second now with one out. The count 1-0 strikes on the lefty Jack Sundberg. The Blue Crabs and Barnstormers are scoreless in the top of the third inning. Runner on second and one out. Ryan Haug tried to steal second base as the 1-0 pitch called strike on Sundberg as he stepped out of the batter's box. But the pitch counted nonetheless. I think he might have been looking for time there. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Swinging a high fly ball, deep left field, sends Robinson back, and he makes a terrific over-the-shoulder catch, reaching over his head, and he dove backward, and he somehow came up with the catch. Wow. Well, it certainly would have scored Michael Baca from second, but instead there are 2 outs. And just 1 runner on second base. The Blue Crabs theoretically right now could have 2 runs in and a runner on second base. If Haug had not tried to steal second, there would have been runners on second and third. And if that double drops, it certainly would have scored both runs. Instead, it's a fly out to left field and a runner on second base as Baca walked earlier in the inning. First pitch to Wolanski. That's low and away. The count 1 ball and no strikes. We'll get to those shout-outs shortly. In the top of the 4th inning, we'll have our trivia question. And the pitcher, Augie Silk, fires over to the second baseman, Trace Lair, who's not close to the base, as they check on Michael Baca, who is getting a sizable lead. The entire right side of the infield is open, with Lair covering second. Here's the pitch. Swinging a line drive right back at Lair, and he snags it. Oh, what a catch. Steals a hit from Michael Wolanski, who hit that ball right on the nose. It was tailor-made up the middle, but he makes an outstanding catch to end the top of the 3rd inning. It almost certainly would have scored Baca from second, but Augie Silk fields his position and steals a run. We're finished with 2.5 innings of play. It's the Blue Crabs nothing and the Barnstormers nothing. Stick with us.
When you need a win on the road, don't get left stranded. Make AAA part of your roster and you'll always have someone on deck ready to get you home. AAA also offers car care, insurance, and travel services, and has stores conveniently located for Blue Crabs fans in Brandywine, Crofton, and Alexandria. Don't forget to ask them about membership discounts for military and first responders. Please visit AAA.com to learn more or to find a AAA location near you.
First pitch is low and away to lead things off in the bottom of the 3rd on Ladarius Clark, who leads off in the top of the 3rd inning. 1-0 pitch Swinging a high fly ball, right field deep, sends Lee back to the warning track, and he makes the catch right in front of the Penn State health sign for the first out. A very long out to start things in the top of the third, but there is one away. It's a short porch out there in right field, maybe only 325 feet to right center. In dead center, it's 400. As Andretti Cordero digs in. First pitch fastball at 93 for a called strike. Oh, 1. Motion down to first base as the pitch was a little away on a check swing, and Carl Villanueva said he didn't go. One pitch, swinging a little dribbler down the third baseline. Tough play. Eddie Butler fields, he throws, it's offline. The second baseman, Wolanski, is covering. As the throw from Butler was offline, they might count that as an error. I'm not sure if they're going to say the ball went out of play, which would allow Cordero to advance to second base. I don't know if that's going to go down as an error. I think it might be a hit. Well, right now it has the second hit of the game up on the scoreboard. Here comes Kelly Dugan. Dugan walked back in the first inning. First pitch, swinging a ground ball back behind home plate. And the count 0-1. 94 on the fastball. And that's where Butler's been all night, 93, 94. He's hit 96 a couple of times. And when you've got velocity like that, it goes a long way. Oh, 1. Swinging a high pop-up, third base side, long run for Crosby, who's going to run out of room as it finds its way into the seats. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes on the lefty. No score in the bottom of the third inning. Kelly Dugan restraps his batting gloves, 1 out. He's down on the count, 0-2. And Andretti Cordero stands on first base. Well, I thought it was Kelly Dugan who was in the on-deck circle area taking some practice swings. In fact, Kelly Dugan had gone back to the dugout to grab something. Meanwhile, Colton Shaver has been standing in the on-deck circle taking the practice swings. Well, somehow, Kelly Dugan's found his way back to the batter's box to hit. He's still behind in the count, 0-2. The pitch, swinging a high ground ball on a weird hop. It's the second baseman, Baca, who tags the runner out, now throws to first. It's in time. A 4-3 double play as Wolanski had the presence of mind to tag the runner, Andretti Cordero, before throwing to first base to get Kelly Dugan. It's a 4-3 double play, and there are 2 outs. And that ends, I beg your pardon, the bottom of the third inning. So at the end of 3, it's the Blue Crabs nothing and the Barnstormers nothing. The Blue Crabs look to get something back in the top of the 4th.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
First pitch swinging from Collier, a high fly ball, deep left center field. Back in front of the warning track, it's Ladarius Clark who tracks it down and makes the catch for the first out. Very well hit off the bat of Zach Collier. But there is one away now in the top of the fourth inning. Brings Jared Walker to the plate. He'll be followed by Alex Crosby.
The first baseman, Jared Walker.
Base paths are empty with one away. Walker to be followed by Crosby. In the top of the fourth inning. Crosby taps home plate twice. Lefty-lefty matchup. Here's the pitch. Called strike. Just above the knee, and the count 0-1. 81 miles an hour on the changeup. From the Barnstormers starter, I should say, Augie Silk. 0-1. That time it runs inside. And the count, 1 ball and 1 strike with 1 out. The Blue Crabs with just 1 hit. Here's the pitch, swinging a ground ball, line drive off of Silk's leg and deflects into left field. Just past the diving reach of Jake Hoover. It was going to be a ground ball single up the middle. Instead, it deflected off of Silk's thigh and then redirected to the left side of the infield where Jake Hoover dove for it and couldn't quite get it. So a runner on first base with 1 out. Colton Shaver having a conversation with Augie Silk, just making sure he's all right after he took a line drive to the leg yesterday. It was the Blue Crabs starter, Mitch Lamson, who took a line drive off the foot. Was able to pitch through it, didn't have much of an issue with it either. I would bet you that Silk will have a bruise there tomorrow. This one swinging a ground ball through the right side for a base hit. Walker forced to stop at second as the runners go station to station, but the Blue Crabs with 2 on and 1 out in the fourth inning. And here is Joe DeLuca. A hard hit ball from Zach Collier. Then a hit from Jared Walker. And a hit from Alex Crosby. It brings up Joe DeLuca. DeLuca comes into this at bat with a .364 batting average. But the on-base percentage is north of 500. Silk set, first pitch upstairs for ball 1. Blue Crabs now have 3 hits all of a sudden. As the first pitch was upstairs, count 1-0. 1-0 pitch, that's away. Count 2 balls and no strikes. The OPS for DeLuca at 1129. He has 3 home runs on the season. All 3 came between Monday and Tuesday of this past week. 2 home runs on Monday, 1 home run on Tuesday, nearly homered again on Wednesday. Middle infield at double play depth. 2-0 pitch, cut on and fouled off. Right field side out of play, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, here in Lancaster, they are sponsoring every foul ball. I wasn't sure that there were enough sponsors to have one for every single foul ball, but here we are in the fourth inning, and everyone is still sponsored. It's honestly quite impressive. We're actually going to get to the trivia question today in the bottom of the fourth inning, as the 2-1 pitch is away, and the count 3 balls and 1 strike. Runners on first and second. With 1 out. 3-1 pitch. That came way inside on DeLuca. He walks. And there are runners on, or the bases are loaded. With 1 out. Walker to third, Crosby to second, DeLuca to first. It brings up Braxton Lee. A lefty-lefty matchup First time up, Braxton Lee went down swinging. The name of the game here is contact, unless it's a double play ball. After Lee, it's Ryan Haug, who was hit by a pitch for the 14th time this season. And Haug plays quite a bit, but he's not an everyday player in the sense of the word, in that he's played 21 of the team's 35 games. Braxton Lee is now hit by a pitch as it runs up and in on his right arm, and that's going to bring in a run. Well, I say hit by pitches aren't really free passes. You know, they're a little more free when you get to drive in an RBI as part of it. It's the second hit batsman of the day from Augie Silk, and Jared Walker comes in from third. Well, let's run back through this inning as there's now a meeting at the mound. So going back through this inning once again, Collier started things off with a fly out to deep center field. Walker singled through the right side. Crosby singled through the right side. DeLuca walked. And then Braxton Lee was hit by a pitch, and it brings up the right-handed hitting catcher, Ryan Haug.
You can vote once a day, so everyone be sure to be voting every day of each round. And let's make Clipper Magazine Stadium #1 again.
On the year, Haug hitting .382. With the bases loaded and one out, the Blue Crabs have an opportunity to drive in a few more runs. They've taken a 1-0 lead, though, in the top of the fourth inning. We had a trivia question lined up after the third inning based on the score, and we're going to still run with that trivia question. We will wait until the bottom of the fourth, though, as the first pitch is a fastball right down the middle for a called strike. Before the game, we mentioned control issues as a factor for Augie Silk, and we didn't really see it through the first three innings. As the 0-1 pitch is cut on and fouled off first base side, we're starting to see it here in the fourth. He has now walked two batters and hit one through 3 1/3. Haug behind in the count 1-2. So it's Braxton Lee from third, Joe DeLuca from second, and Alex Crosby from third. Silk set. Here's the pitch. Swinging a high pop-up foul yet again. Gets into the seats. And the count remains 1-2 strikes. Well, the top velocity in this game was 96 from Eddie Butler. Throw 95 a number of times as well. And Silk's been throwing at around 91, 92. This is swinging a ground ball through the left side past the outstretched reach of Reidenbach. That's going to score one. And now Braxton Lee is held up at third base. It scores two as Crosby comes in. There's a question mark about Braxton Lee, who rounded third and was held up by the third baseman Reichenbach. And now Stan Clyburn's going to come out to have a discussion with the third base umpire, Justin Alvarez, as to why that was not defensive interference. Either way, the Blue Crabs have jumped on top and gone up now 3-0 on a 2 RBI double from the catcher Ryan Haug. So DeLuca came around and scored. Crosby came around and scored. And now Stan Clyburn is talking to the third base umpire about Braxton Lee, who rounded third and ran into Ed Reichenbach, who was blocking his way. And the home plate umpire, Warren Nicholson, is joining the discussion along with Joe Walsh. And I think the point that Stan Clyburn is trying to get across is that he thinks that Braxton Lee surely would have scored had he not been in his way. And he points over at third base. And it sounds like nothing's going to change after this conversation. Oh, and now the umpires are going to gather. And we'll have to see what the conclusion they come up with. I think there's a good chance that Braxton Lee will be allowed to come home from third base. Right now it's a 3-0 game on a ground ball past the third baseman Ed Reichenbach's glove. And 2 runners came around and scored. And the umpires, after discussing things, are going to decide that Braxton Lee will remain at third base. So there are runners on second and third with 1 out. And now Stan Clyburn is going to call time. And it looks like they're going to have a further discussion. And he's now pointing back toward third base. He's not happy that Braxton Lee has not been granted home plate. And still having a discussion with the home plate and first base umpires, Warren Nicholson and Carlos Villanueva. The third base umpire, Justin Alvarez, is not involved in this. And now Ray Ortega with a couple of words for the home plate umpire, Warren Nicholson. And after all of that, the situation seems like it will remain the same. Runners on second and third, 1 out, a 3-0 lead for the Blue Crabs. On my first look, it appeared as though Braxton Lee was interfered with. And the home plate umpire yelling back toward the Blue Crabs dugout. Looks like we're set to go now with runners on second and third and 1 out. Michael Baca has an opportunity to make this point moot. Swinging a ground ball. Great stop by the third baseman, Reichenbach. He gets up, throws to first. It's in time. Reichenbach dove to stop that ball down the third baseline. He got up and threw it across the diamond in time for the out. Baca almost had extra bases himself, but instead, the runners on second and third stay where they are. Three runs in the inning for the Blue Crabs. And here comes Jack Sundberg. First pitch called strike, thigh level on the outer half, and the count 0-1. So it's Haug from second, Lee from third, with 2 outs. Count no balls and 1 strike. 0-1 offering. That's a called strike yet again, same spot. And the count no balls and 2 strikes. Blue Crabs 3, Barnstormers nothing in the top of the 4th. Lefty-lefty matchup. Here's the 0-2 offering. It's upstairs, count 1 and 2. Well, we're happy you've decided to join us on what's been a really pleasant Friday evening. Temperatures low 70s. Humidity not all that high. 1-2. Low, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the Blue Crabs with a 3-0 lead. Again, we've got our trivia question coming to you in the 4th inning. It's based on the fact that this game was scoreless through 3. 2-2 pitch. That is away, and the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. 2 on, 2 out, and a full count to Jack Sundberg, the leadoff hitter in the Blue Crabs order. Silk set. Gets a sign from his catcher, Shaver. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swinging a high pop-up. Third base side, foul. It's going to get into the seats overhead. And the count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. While the shadows have nearly completely encompassed the field, they're actually cutting across the infield grass right now as the sun is directly in my eyes. It's not too bad. 3-2, swinging a ground ball through the right side. It's a base hit. 1 run scores. They wave around Lee. Throw to the plate is not in time. Sundberg takes off for second. The Blue Crabs now lead this one 5-0 after a 2 RBI single from Jack Sundberg. The lefty comes through and gives the Blue Crabs a 5-0 lead as Southern Maryland has exploded for 5 here in the fourth. Haven't needed the home run ball. It's just been a collection of hits. Let's run back through it. Zach Collier flied out to start the inning. Jared Walker singled to right. Alex Crosby singled to right. Joe DeLuca walked. Braxton Lee was hit by a pitch and drove in a run. Ryan Howe doubled and drove in 2. So there are runners on second and third for Jack Sundberg, who hit a 2 RBI single through the right side. The first pitch is low and away for ball 1 on Michael Wolanski as the Blue Crabs have now batted around. 5 runs on 4 hits here in the inning. 1-0 called strike, belt high, in the count 1-1. Well, the Blue Crabs offense was very quiet for the first 3 innings. 1-1 pitch. Swinging a foul ball, first base side. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Sundberg from second. After a 2 RBI single. Here's the pitch. Big wave and a miss. The 1-2 earns a strikeout for Augie Silk, but not before the Blue Crabs tack on 5 runs on 4 hits, and the Blue Crabs have a 5-0 lead at the end of 3.5. Stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Coach Doug's, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com.
We're back in the bottom of the 4th inning. It is a 5-0 Blue Crabs lead. Eddie Butler has had his fair share of time off as the first pitch swung on and lined into left field. It's extra bases for Colton Schaefer, who rounds first and heads to second base. Big stop sign over at third base. It's a leadoff first pitch double for Colton Schaefer. There's a runner on second base. That brings up Trayvon Robinson. Robinson will be followed by Trace Lair. And Ed Reichenbach. Yeah, Butler threw a fastball right over the heart of the plate, and Schaefer drove it. Here's the pitch to Robinson. Called strike on the outside corner, and the count 0-1. There were kids announcing the players coming to the plate over the PA. And they got Colton Shaver to start things out, and that's not an easy one, as the 0-1 is swung on and fouled off third base side. But Trace Lair is tough, as is Trayvon Robinson. Jake Hoover's not too bad as far as being able to pronounce them, and easy for a kid who's maybe in first grade to try to get, or second grade. I'm trying to think how old how old would they be what grade are you in when you're able to start reading a name like that? It's pretty difficult, as the 1-2 pitch, or the 0-2 pitch runs inside, count 1-2. And I taught in an elementary school for a while, so I do have some experience in this. But I don't know exactly what grade you'd be able to pronounce some of these tougher names. You'd think maybe not till 4th or 5th grade. 1-2 pitch is low, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Barnstormers have Lank over the front of their jerseys, L-A-N-C. It's almost as if they only got half the name in there, or maybe a third of the name. It's an interesting one. I've never seen, I don't frequently see jerseys where you just cut the name in half and throw that part on the jersey. And why stop after Lank, after the C? Either way, 2-2, swinging a line drive into right center field. It's extra bases. It will score Colton Shaver from second. And after a great throw from Braxton Lee, it holds Trayvon Robinson to a single, but it's now a 5-1 game as the Barnstormers get on the board in the bottom of the 4th. That was pretty darn good. Trace Lair, pronounced correctly and everything. Must have been given a bit of a tip, because I would not have been able to get Lair out of L-O-E-H-R, but pretty impressive nonetheless. There's a runner on first base now and nobody out. Here's the pitch. A little bit outside the count, 1 ball and no strikes on Lair. Well, it's an RBI single from Trayvon Robinson, who gets Lancaster on the board in the bottom of the 4th. (1-0), that's inside, count 2 balls and no strikes. Lair steps back in from the left side. Butler's had trouble to start in the bottom of the 4th. First pitch, or the 2-0 pitch, I should say, is upstairs. And the count 3 balls and no strikes. Lair will be followed by Reichenbach after this pitch. Or after this at bat, I should say. 3-0, that's inside. It was after that pitch. It's a walk, and there are runners on first and second with nobody out. Let's get into some of these shout-outs today. We're going to get to our trivia question in a couple of moments. First off, we had Amanda Malini say to Multi-Apples, right idea but wrong team. And he admitted that this was not the first time that Multi-Apples has commented with the wrong team. He asked for some predictions, and Bert Hinman has given us a 5-2 Blue Crabs victory as his prediction. Still very possible at some point. Dennis Moore says, as always, he's listening from Possum Point Lodge. First pitch is away for ball 1 on Ed Reichenbach. Runners on first and second, with still nobody out. Got a few more comments to get to as Eddie Butler steps off. Wes Mumper says, let's go Blue Crabs, get steamed. And Bert Hinman wants to adjust his prediction to a 10 spot for the Blue Crabs. 1-0 pitch, called strike, count 1 ball and 1 strike. I don't know, can you adjust your position after the game's already in progress? I think you can. Well, that brings us to our trivia question. Because this game was scoreless back in the third inning when we were originally planning to get to this trivia question, we're going to stick with it. 1-1 pitch is low, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. So this game went 3 innings without either team scoring a run. What's the longest time in a Major League Baseball game, the largest number of innings, when a game has remained scoreless? So that's our trivia question today. How long is the longest number of innings that a game has remained scoreless in Major League Baseball history? 2-1 pitch, swung on and missed, count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So just one more time. What is the most number of innings that a game has remained scoreless in Major League Baseball history? If you know the answer, go ahead. And the 2-2 pitch is swung on, a line drive into center field for a base hit. Collier comes up throwing to the plate down the third baseline, and it's going to hold Trayvon Robinson at third base. The bases are now loaded with nobody out as the Barnstormers have gotten 1 back in the inning already, and they're threatening for much more as Darryl Thompson is going to take a trip out to the mound to have a discussion with Eddie Butler. Well, here in the 4th inning, the Blue Crabs have a 5-1 lead, but after Ed Reichenbach singles, it's Anthony Peroni who stands at home plate, who represents the tying run. It's early, but it's still worth mentioning based on how well the Barnstormers have swung the bat in this inning. A trio of hits, and the first 4 base runners, or the first 4 batters have reached. Started with a double from Colton Shaver on the first pitch of the inning. Trayvon Robinson drove him in on a single to right center, and Reichenbach singled following Trace Lair's single. So the bases are loaded with nobody out. And here is Anthony Peroni, the designated hitter, who reached on an error by the shortstop. Michael Baca first time up. First pitch swinging, line drive, right center field. It's a base hit. 1 run scores. They send Lair from second. He scores. It's a 2 RBI single from Anthony Peroni, and it's a 5-3 ball game. So Trayvon Robinson and Trace Lair score. Ed Reichenbach to third, and Anthony Peroni on first base. No action quite yet in the Blue Crabs bullpen, but I would not be surprised if that started shortly. Well, the Barnstormers have gotten themselves back in this one, and a very eventful 4th inning on both the top of the 4th and the bottom of the 4th inning. First pitch swing. High pop up into shallow right. Lee makes the catch. He throws to the plate. It's a great one. It's well in time, and he tagged him out. Oh, it's a double play as Braxton Lee threw a bullet to the plate and got the runner from third base, Ed Reichenbach, going from third to the plate. What a throw from Braxton Lee. He's got an MLB plus caliber arm, and we saw it on display moments ago, where it's a double play ball from Jake Hoover, who hit a fly ball to the right field side. Ed Reichenbach tried to test his arm, and I believe he regrets that now, as Jake Hoover's fly out to right turns into a double play, and there are 2 away now in the bottom of the 4th inning. Anthony Peroni still on first base, but that does a lot for Eddie Butler, who was dealing with runners on the corners and nobody out, and now merely deals with a runner on first base and 2 outs. 5-3 Southern Maryland. First pitch swinging, line drive, right field, right down the line. This one could also score a run. Peroni is held up at third base as Lee gets it in quickly. There are runners on second and third with 2 outs. Ladarius Clark doubles And that just brings it all that much more important, where that double play ball comes to a point. If Braxton Lee did not throw him out, or if Ed Reichenbach did not try to go home at least, it would have scored his run and made this a 5-4 game and put runners on second and third with only one out. So the tying run would be at third base, and they could theoretically trade another run with an out. But instead, runners on second and third and two outs. Andretti Cordero steps in. First pitch fastball, swinging a high chopper towards second. Charging in, the second baseman Wolanski. He fires to first. It's in time to get Cordero, and that ends the inning. 8 batters come to the plate for the Barnstormers. They make a dent in the Blue Crabs' lead. It's now a 5-3 ball game at the end of 4 innings of play.
Saying happy birthday to Papa Ray Daniel. Happy birthday.
All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs!
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Back in the top of the 5th inning, the first pitch is away for ball 1 on Zach Collier. Top of the 5th inning, 5-3 Blue Crabs. 1-0 offering is away again in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. Well, we are happy to have you with us as the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs put up 5 runs in the top of the 4th. 2-0. That's away. Count 3-0. But the Barnstormers responded with 3 runs in the bottom of the 4th inning, and they were threatening for much more. Had runners on second and third with 2 outs. 3-0 pitch is away again. It's a 4-pitch walk issued by Augie Silk, and there's a runner on first base with nobody out.
First baseman Jared Walker.
And that brings up Jared Walker. Well, the Blue Crabs batted around in the 4th. And the Barnstormers almost did the same themselves in the bottom of the 4th inning. Brought 8 batters to the plate. Here is Jared Walker, the left-handed hitter, who steps in. Moderate lead from Zach Collier at first. The first pitch is now up and in. And the count 1 ball and no strikes. 5 consecutive balls thrown by Augie Silk. He's thrown 80 pitches, 44 strikes, 36 balls. 1-0 pitch. Swinging a ground ball foul over toward Joe Walsh, the first base coach for the Blue Crabs. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Blue Crabs have 5 hits in this ball game. Nobody has multiple hits. Sundberg, Walker, Crosby, DeLuca, and Haug all have hits. 1-1 pitch is cut on and popped up, foul. Behind home plate, out of play, and the count 1-2. The sunglasses go off for the catcher, Colton Shaver. As the shadows have passed by the infield, they aren't totally done for me as the sun is still shining into the booth. But it's not all that bad. I was very heavily warned, and it hasn't been quite as bad as I was warned about. 1-2 pitch is low, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. The lights are now on here at Clipper Magazine Ballpark. Zach Collier leads off of first base. You get a look in our live stream at the sun out in left field right above the scoreboard. 2-2 pitch. That's low. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes now on Walker. Walker is 1 for 2. He hit a single to the right side back in the 4th inning. It started the rally that ultimately scored 5 for the Blue Crabs and gave them this 5-3 lead. 3-2 pitch. That's away. Ball 4. Back-to-back walks issued by Augie Silk. A 4-pitch walk to Zach Collier and a 6-pitch walk to Jared Walker. Well, Augie Silk has now thrown 85 pitches, 46 strikes, 39 balls, and that will do it for Augie Silk. It's the end of his evening, having thrown 4+ innings, allowed 5 runs. He is still responsible for the 2 runners on base. We will step aside. When we come back, we'll break down all the new details on the new pitcher. And with Silk coming out of this game, the Barnstormers will lose their designated hitter for the rest of this contest. Well, we are back in the top of the 5th inning. Still no outs as Brett Clark enters. Clark's had an interesting season thus far. His ERA is 11.57. He did much better his last time out, but it didn't count. We'll get to the details in just a moment as the first pitch is upstairs for ball one on Alex Crosby. 5-3 Blue Crabs, runners on first and second with nobody out. Clark, the right-hander, is set. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That's away in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. So back to Clark. He went 2 2/3 innings against Staten Island just 2 days ago. But the game was rained out after they did not complete 5 full innings of play as the 2-0 pitch is upstairs, count 3 balls and no strikes. If they had finished 5 innings, the game would have ended. But they didn't. So the game only went 4.5 innings. They called the game, so Brett Clark's 2 2/3 innings did not count last time around. 3-0 pitch, a called strike on Alex Crosby. And the count 3 balls and 1 strike. Game 2 of the series between Staten Island and Lancaster was rained out after they had already played 4.5 innings. 3-1 pitch, swinging a ground ball over to first, nicely fielded by Cordero. He throws to second for 1, back on to first, and the first baseman, or the pitcher I should say, Brett Clark, was covering, had trouble handling it, and Alex Crosby will be safe at first base. Meanwhile, Zach Collier over to third. So there are runners on the corners with 1 out. Blue Crabs have an opportunity to add on to this lead with Joe DeLuca at the plate. DeLuca gets a sign from the first base coach, Joe Walsh. DeLuca batted from the right side of the plate. His first 2 times today, he singled and walked, and now steps in from the left side. 2 on, 1 out, a 2-run lead for the Blue Crabs. Pitch runs low and in on DeLuca on the count, 1 ball and no strikes. I mentioned this earlier, but it just remains true. You could not have picked a better day for baseball with temperatures in the low 70s. Not too humid. Just perfect weather. 1-0 pitch, that's away, and the count 2-0. My weather app says 75, and by the time this game ends, probably around 10 o'clock, will still be 68 degrees. For the summer in Pennsylvania, it's about as good as it's going to get. 2-0 pitch. Swinging a foul tip. Deflected off of the catcher, Colton Shaver. For a moment, Collier thought he might have missed it and was running home. But the second base umpire, or third base umpire, I should say, Justin Alvarez, was sure to tell him, nope, don't go anywhere. It was a foul ball. And so the count is 2 balls and a strike. 5-3 Blue Crabs. All 8 runs in this ball game between the 2 teams were scored in the 4th. 5 for Southern Maryland, and Lancaster responded with 3 in the bottom of the 4th inning. Well, the Blue Crabs look to add to that lead here. The 2-1 pitch is upstairs, and the count 3 balls and 1 strike. DeLuca 1 for 1. He's walked and scored a run. And ahead of this count, 3 balls and one strike with a chance to drive in a run. Collier from third base. 3-1 pitch, swinging a high pop-up, shallow right center field. It's a second baseman Lair out onto the outfield grass where he makes the catch. Collier takes a couple of steps, but will stay at third base. So Joe DeLuca pops out to second base, and there are 2 away. That brings up Braxton Lee. Well, this inning started with a walk from Zach Collier and a walk from Jared Walker. That's when Brett Clark entered the ballgame. Recorded a fielder's choice and a pop out. Now the Blue Crabs still with runners on the corners, but 2 outs. First pitch runs low and in. Collier's going to go to the plate, and he's called safe. The catcher, Colton Shaver, had that ball get only a few feet away from him. Collier sprinted home. He dove in. The 2 met at home plate, and Zach Collier scores a run for Southern Maryland. Oh, a terrific jump from Collier. That ball got away from him, and he was off. The pitcher, Augie Silk, also ran home. Shaver thought he probably had the best chance to get him, and I think he was right. By the time he ran back to the plate, Collier was diving in. They dove at each other, and Collier's hand must have just peeked at home plate first before Shaver got there. So it's 6-3 Blue Crabs. This one swinging a high fly ball, deep left field. It sends Trayvon Robinson back in front of the warning track where he makes the catch for the final out. But the Blue Crabs add another run as Zach Collier scores on a wild pitch from Brett Clark. We are finished with 5 innings or 4.5 innings here at Clipper Magazine Ballpark. It is a 6-3 Blue Crabs lead.
This is Coach Doug's, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com.
Well, Kelly Dugan steps in the bottom of the 5th inning, a 6-3 Blue Crabs lead. The first pitch runs low and in on the left-handed batter, in the count 1 ball and no strikes. Bottom of the 5th inning, 1-0 from Butler. Swinging a line drive through the right side. It's a base hit. As Kelly Dugan, the only batter who did not come to the plate in the 4th inning. And he picks up a single this time, grounded into a double play. But either way, this is a Barnstormers team that is picking up a lot of hits. 8 hits over 4.5 innings of play. Or really 4+ innings from Eddie Butler. He's allowed just 3 runs. First pitch is low for ball 1. Well, Eddie Butler has pitched 4 innings, allowed 8 hits and 2 walks. 1-0. Cut on and popped up foul, first base side, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike.
Home of Lancaster's favorite chicken, serving great food and happiness.
Here is Colton Shaver, who doubled his last time up. He's 1 for 2. Struck out back in the first. Eddie Butler was dealing for the first 3 innings. 1-1 is in the dirt, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. But in the 4th inning, he surrendered 5 hits. Across the first 3 innings combined, he allowed just 2 hits. Allowed 2 hits and a walk. In the 4th, he allowed 5 hits and a walk. 2-1 pitch. Cut on and chop foul, third base side, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Let's get back to our trivia question for a couple of moments here. The question was, what is the longest number of innings, or the most number of innings, that a Major League Baseball game has ever remained scoreless? So Yori Ecolano says 18. And the pitch, that runs low and in, and the count now 3 balls and 2 strikes. Bert Hinman wrote in our YouTube chat, we're going to get there in a second. After this 3-2 pitch, runner goes, swinging a defensive foul ball back toward behind home plate, and the count remains 3-2. Well, Bert said that he bought a mistake jersey at Kmart that was half Nationals and half Cardinals. It says Cardinals. Get all this and more fun if you head over to our YouTube stream and join us in the YouTube chat. Kaylee asks if I can give a shout out to her 5-year-old daughter, Elliot. She loves the Blue Crabs and is Endris Brasino's #1 fan. Well, absolutely, Elliot. And this one is swung on and fouled back by Colton Shaver. Butler's still throwing hard. He just threw 96. And the pitch count has remained up for Butler. It's not quite as high as Silk's was. He went 88 pitches before he was taken out of this ball game. Here is the 67th pitch of Butler's outing. The 3-2 away. It's ball 4. So runners on first and second now with nobody out. Back to our trivia question again. What is the most number of innings in Major League Baseball history that a game has remained scoreless? Still no action in the Blue Crabs bullpen. We've talked how in the past, Eddie Butler has been doing a lot of the bullpen catching. The reason is that when Joe DeLuca and Ryan Haug are both in the game, either on base when they're at the plate, or if they were ever to both be in the field, Eddie Butler does a lot of the bullpen catching. First pitch, big wave and a miss. And the count 0-1 on Trayvon Robinson. Runners on first and second and nobody out. Kelly Dugan led off with a single. Colton Shaver followed up with a walk. Oh-1, called strike. Trayvon Robinson not a fan of that call. He was bent down, looking down at the ground, and stood straight up when he heard the strike call. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes on the lefty. Dugan from second, Shaver from first in a 3-run Blue Crabs lead. It's 6-3 Southern Maryland. 5 in the 4th. They added 1 here in the 5th. Well, Trayvon Robinson steps out. He now steps back in. Here's the 0-2. Swinging a high fly ball foul left field side. It's going to get up on that grassy hill, up toward that merry-go-round. Well, fans, if you're in Lancaster, come out to the ball game tomorrow at 6:30 in the afternoon contest on Sunday. Always fun here in Lancaster to catch a ball game. 0-2, called strike three. Trayvon Robinson can't believe it. He stepped out of the box and used the barrel of the bat to take a one-handed swing to show his disappointment.
Second baseman Trace Lair.
And that brings Trace Lair to the plate. Blue Crabs fans, for those of you back in Maryland, Southern Maryland will return home on Tuesday night. So come catch a game at the Reg in Waldorf. Runners on first and second, now one out. Pitch from Butler, cut on and dribbled foul over toward the Lancaster bullpen. And the count, no balls and one strike. Dugan from second, Shaver from first. William Pilkerton guesses 21 innings. Well, I'm very happy to hear Elliot did the happy dance when she heard her shout out. It's always great to hear we can make someone's day here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network as the 0-1 pitch is up and away in the count, one ball and one strike on the left-handed hitter Trace Lair. Let's run back through this ball game. The first 3 innings were scoreless, which is why we have our trivia question today. It's what is the most number of innings that a Major League Baseball game has remained scoreless. The Blue Crabs then struck with 5 in the top of the 4th. Lancaster responded with 3 in the bottom of the 4th and added 1 more in the top of the 5th. 1-1 pitch is up and away for ball 2 on Trace Lair, and Ryan Howe trots out to have a chat with Eddie Butler. Eddie Butler's pitch count is up to 74 pitches. It's not so high that if he gets out of this inning, he couldn't go back in for the 6th inning and potentially longer. But I think the bigger question is with the offense from Lancaster, because they have produced 8 hits, and Butler has also walked 4 batters, or 3 batters, I should say. 2-1, cut on and foul back. Third base side, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. The 3 walks for Butler is particularly high, given that he's not someone who traditionally walks a lot of batters. He'd walked a total of 4 batters across 38 innings coming in. Butler steps off and looks back Dugan over at second base. Shaver on first, Dugan off second. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss and a pitch in the dirt. Dugan goes down swinging and now tossing over to first. They've got Dugan in a rundown. And he's tagged out between second and third base by the second baseman Wolanski. So it's a strike him out, throw him out double play. Not of the more traditional variety. Instead, it was Ryan Haug who tossed to first, seeing that Dugan was off the base, and they managed to tag him out to end the inning. Well, we are finished with 5 innings of play. It is the Blue Crabs 6 and the Barnstormers 3. Stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. The Blue Crabs come to bat when we come back.
This is Joe DeLuca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, we return in the top of the 6th inning. First pitch, fastball on the outside corner to Ryan Haug. It is 8, 9, and 1 due up in the inning for the Blue Crabs. Haug is 1 for 1. He walked and doubled as the 0-1 pitch is in there for a called strike in the count 0-2. Base paths are empty. 6-3 Blue Crabs as the 0-2 pitch is upstairs. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. We are still accepting answers to our trivia question, which was, what is the longest that an MLB game has remained scoreless? 1-2 pitch is swung on and fouled off. First base side out of play. We'll get you the answer to that question in the bottom of the 6th inning. Put your answers in the YouTube chat. This game started with the first 3 innings were scoreless. Not anymore. It's 6-3. 5 runs in the 4th, 1 in the 5th for the Blue Crabs. Meanwhile, Lancaster added 3 runs in the bottom of the 4th inning. 1-2 to Haug, swinging a line drive, 1 hopper to second. Lairfield's on the backhand. He turns and fires to first in time for the first out. So there's 1 away in the top of the 6th inning. And that brings up Michael Baca. Ryan Haug with the base hit today extends his hit streak to 6 games. He got a couple of updates on hitting streaks. Alex Crosby extends his hit streak to 7 games. Joe DeLuca extends his to 6. As the pitch is a called strike on Michael Baca. Baca is 0 for 1 with the walk. This one swung on, driven high in the air, deep right center field, back to the warning track at the wall. It's off the base of the wall. Baca trots into second. He has a 1-out double. And the Blue Crabs have a runner in scoring position with 1 out in the top of the 6th inning. Well, Baca swung at the second pitch and gave it a ride the other way. Michael Baca was hitting the ball very, very well in the last series against Charleston and York. Had a 7-game hit streak combined between those 2 series. Was snapped in game 2 against York. But now hits in back-to-back games for the shortstop. Brings up Jack Sundberg. First pitch, breaking ball. Called strike. Brett Clark has seen his ERA drop to 7.36 after he was not charged with a run over an inning. He went 2 2/3 and did not allow a single run against Staten Island, but none of those innings counted. Sundberg showed bunt, he pulled back. He's able to hold up in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. So Baca leads off of second with a 6-3 Blue Crabs advantage. The Blue Crabs are out-hit, though. An out-hit 8-6, or the official scoring here has it at 7-6. Blue Crabs have been credited with 2 errors. 2-0 pitch, it's a called strike, and the count 2-1. Butler's gone 5 innings, 7 hits, 3 earned. 3 walks, he struck out 5. He's been throwing hard today. Hit 96 a couple of times. 2-1, that's inside of 87. And the count 3 balls and 1 strike now on Sundberg. The runner on second and 2 outs. Sundberg added a 2 RBI single his last time up. 3-1 pitch. Called strike, and the count even at, or now full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Let's see if we have any new answers to our trivia question. Dennis Moore guesses 23. Kaylee got a lot of questions right earlier. I don't know if we have a guess from her yet. 3-2 pitch is fouled back. See if Bert Hinman can give a guess. Wes Mumper. Everybody should get in on the action here as we are about to wrap up our trivia question in the bottom of the 6th inning. What is the longest number of innings that a Major League Baseball game has remained scoreless? 3-2 pitch, low and in. It's ball 4 on Jack Sundberg, and the bases are loaded, or runners on first and second, I should say. Shouldn't get ahead of myself here. Runners on first and second with 1 out. Michael Wolanski, the second baseman, will step in from the right side. A righty-righty matchup, as Brett Clark has found himself in some trouble here in the 6th. He allowed an inherited runner to score back in the 5th, but he really came in and did quite well. There were runners on first and second with nobody out when he entered the game. There were runners on the corners with 2 outs, and a wild pitch allowed Collier to come home and score from third. Didn't get all that far away from the catcher Colton Shaver, but just far enough from Collier to score from third base. Now Zach Collier is on deck as Wolanski steps back in. Baca from second, Sundberg from first. Here's the pitch to Wolanski. It's a called strike, and the count 0-1. We hear from Diane Roney that someone's grandparents, Bob and Pat, are watching and they appreciate the broadcasts. Well, Diane, we always appreciate your watching and listening, and Bob and Pat watching and listening as well, as the 0-1 pitch is up and away and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Kaylee says she's with Dennis at 23 innings for the longest period of time that an MLB game has remained scoreless. And our answer comes in the bottom of the 6th. 1-1 is low and away. It gets away from the catcher Shaver. The throw down to second is not in time as Sundberg slides in safely. I'd imagine that's going to go down as a wild pitch, as the runners were not off immediately but did not leave until the ball got a little bit away from Colton Shaver. Either way, runners now on second and third with 1 out. It's Baca from third and Sundberg from second. The Blue Crabs, with a base hit, could extend this lead back to 5 runs where it stood at the end of the top of the 4th inning. Infield in for Lancaster. All the infielders just about 2 or 3 feet away from the infield grass. 2-1 pitch, big wave and a miss, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. For Brett Clark, this will be the 31st pitch through just an inning and a third. Swinging a ground ball slowly, third base line. It's going to remain fair, and it's an infield hit. After Brett Clark battled that at bat, it's Michael Wolanski who steals a base hit on a slow roller down the third base line. No one was going to have a chance, and meanwhile, it's Michael Baca who comes in from third base to give the Blue Crabs a 7-3 lead. Jack Sundberg is now on third, and Michael Wolanski drives in a run on a dribbler down the third baseline, and that will do it for Brett Clark. He goes an inning and a third. He is responsible for both the runner on first and the runner on third base, and the Blue Crabs have a 7-3 lead as a new pitcher enters the game. We'll break down all the details when we come back. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team, the realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008. Tony and his team of preferred partners includes Tim Murphy of CNF Mortgage and Steve Scott of the Scott Law Group. Together, they will ensure that your real estate needs are nothing short of a grand slam. The quality service you will receive is Hall of Fame worthy. Put Tony's 41-plus years of experience to work for you. Call or text Tony today at 301-928-1280 for your personal Grand Slam experience. Go Blue Crabs. Did you know that the Washington, D.C. metro area is the 5th most expensive place to live in the entire United States of America? Sometimes finding affordable housing in this area can feel impossible. If you're struggling to find affordable housing, look no further than the Villages of St. Charles by Ross Properties. You can visit them online at villagesatstcharles.com for more information today. Villages of St. Charles, they'll have you safe at home.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Runners on the corners and one out in a 7-3 ball game. First pitch is away for ball one on Zach Collier after Brett Clark goes an inning and a third. He allowed 2 hits and is responsible for both runners on base, also allowed a run of his own. 1-0 pitch is away, and the count 2 balls and no strikes on Collier. The new pitcher in the game wears number 16 is Eric Cha. A 2-0 pitch is swung on and fouled back overhead. Cha has only pitched, or has not actually pitched yet this year. Well, I beg your pardon. He has actually pitched. Eric Cha has pitched. He just hasn't recorded an out yet when pitching, as the 2-1 pitch is inside in the count 3-1. He allowed 2 unearned runs on a pair of walks at Staten Island. He was taken out of the game after he walked 2 batters. He was credited with a loss, so he's 0-1 and has walked 2 batters so far. This one swung on and dribbled off of his foot, Collier's foot that is. Bounced in fair territory momentarily and spun into foul ground. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes now. So just 1 appearance so far for the left-hander Eric Cha. Had a save opportunity. It's 0-1 in that category. 3-2, swinging a ground ball to second, could be 2, on to second for 1, back on to first. It's a double play. A bang-bang play at first, but Eric Cha enters and records a double play ball to end the inning. Well, the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs score 1 in the inning at the end of 5.5 innings of play. It's the Blue Crabs 7 and the Barnstormers 3. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. When we come back, we'll have the answer to our trivia question.
Let's go. 3, 2, 1.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Chick-fil-A of Charles County has been a proud supporter of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since their inception in 2008. For years, they have sponsored the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, America's prisoners of war and missing in action. In between the second inning of each game, there is a moment of silence brought to you by Chick-fil-A. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs appreciate and respect not only Chick-fil-A, but all of those that have served our great country. The seat that they sponsor was made possible by Chick-fil-A of Charles County. Thank you so much, and visit any of your Charles County Chick-fil-A locations today.
That brings Ed Reichenbach to the plate to start the bottom of the 6th inning in a 7-3 Blue Crabs lead. First pitch swinging line drive to straightaway center field. Zach Collier's got a beat on it. He takes 2 steps over toward left and he makes the catch for the first out. A new pitcher on the mound for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. It's Patrick Baker. It's Southern Maryland ahead by 4, and Patrick Baker has been terrific this season. Patrick Baker has thrown 16 innings, allowed 7 hits, has walked 10, and allowed 0 earned runs. First pitch is a called strike. And Eric Cha is now at the plate. As the 0-1 is a 98-mile-an-hour fastball that's low. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. You got to throw some strikes against Eric Cha, who is the pitcher batting. 1-1, he got a hold of a 95-mile-an-hour fastball and fouled it off third base side. I will say, if you're getting a hold of a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, it's pretty impressive from Eric Cha's perspective. Here's the 1-2. Swing another foul ball. That one was 96, and he's getting a piece of it. Blue Crabs 7, Lancaster 3. With 1 away in the bottom of the 6th. Here's the 1-2 from Baker. Swinging a ground ball over towards second. Fielded on the backhand by Wilansky. He tosses to first, and there are 2 away. An awfully effective at bat for a pitcher. Fending off a couple of 95-mile-an-hour fastballs before grounding out to second base. That brings up Jake Hoover as Patrick Baker looks for a 1-2-3 inning. Baker's last appearance was on May 30th, which was Monday, 4 days ago, Memorial Day. 97-mile-an-hour fastball is away for ball 1. He went 3 innings on Monday, allowed 1 hit. He walked 1 and struck out 3. 1-0 pitch. That's away in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. So let's give you the answer to our trivia question now. What is the longest number or the most number of innings that a game has remained scoreless in a Major League Baseball game? 2-0 pitch, cut on a miss, count 2-1. So what's the most number of innings? Answer is 23. 23 consecutive scoreless innings in a Mets-Astros game way back in 1968. It was a 1-0 Astros win in 24. 2-1 pitch, a called strike, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. There were a couple of players who went 0 for 10. Tommy Agee with the Mets and Ron Swabata both were 0 for 10. It's like an entire slump in one game. 2-2 pitch is away in the count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Time of the game, 6 hours and 6 minutes between the Mets and the Astros. The game remains scoreless for 23 innings, the most number of innings that a game has remained scoreless. We had a couple who got it correct. Kaylee says 23 innings. Dennis Moore said 23 innings. And Jake Hoover swings the 3-2 pitch and drives into right field for a base hit. Runner on first with 2 outs. We had a few other answers. Amanda Malini said at least 28. She guessed 36. Diane Roney guessed 19. And Sadie Ann McQuaid guessed 20. A number of answers that are pretty close. Answered 23 innings back in 1968 with the New York Mets. That's won the World Series the next year in 1969, also 1986, their 2 World Series championships. Runner on first and 2 outs. Pitch to Clark, swinging a ground ball back up the middle, fielded by Wolanski. They go to second. Oh, and it's in time, a very close play. I actually thought Hoover might have gotten there in time. Either way, that ends the inning. We are finished with 6 innings of play. It is the Blue Crabs 7 and the Lancaster Barnstormers 3. We'll step aside when we come back. The Blue Crabs are coming to the plate.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team, the realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008. Tony and his team of preferred partners includes Tim Murphy of CNF Mortgage and Steve Scott of the Scott Law Group. Together, they will ensure that your real estate needs are nothing short of a grand slam. The quality service you will receive is Hall of Fame worthy. Put Tony's 41-plus years of experience to work for you. Call or text Tony today at 301-928-1280 for your personal Grand Slam experience. Go Blue Crabs. Did you know that the Washington, D.C. metro area is the 5th most expensive place to live in the entire United States of America? Sometimes finding affordable housing in this area can feel impossible. If you're struggling to find affordable housing, look no further than the Villages of St. Charles by Ross Properties. You can visit them online at villagesatstcharles.com for more information today. Villages of St. Charles, they'll have you safe at home.
This is Joe DeLuca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Oh, we go to the top of the 7th inning. It is the Blue Crabs 7 and the Barnstormers 3. Blue Crabs send 4, 5, and 6 in the order to the plate. Jared Walker, followed by Alex Crosby and Joe DeLuca, who you just heard from moments ago. First pitch is upstairs for ball 1 on Jared Walker. On the day, Jared Walker is 1 for 2 with a walk. As the 1-0 pitch is in there for a called strike on the outer half. Count 1 ball and 1 strike here in the top of the 7th. Eric Cha back out on the mound as the 1-1 ran way up and in the count 2-1. I'd imagine that Lancaster is looking for Cha to go very deep in this ball game, potentially the rest of the game. He just batted, which signals that they are willing to have him go quite deep. 2-1, swinging a high fly ball, deep right field, back to the warning track at the wall, forget about it. Destroyed off the bat of Jared Walker. It's his 8th home run of the year, and he ripped it over the picnic tents on the right field wall. And it gives the Blue Crabs an 8-3 lead as Jared Walker goes deep and gives the Blue Crabs a 5-run lead. For Walker, it's his 8th home run. It's his 2nd home run on this road trip. Hit 1 against Charleston last weekend. First pitch is a breaking ball on the outside corner for a called strike on Crosby. The count 0-1. Base paths are empty. Here's the 0-1 delivery. It's upstairs, count 1-1. Top of the 7th inning, Southern Maryland 8, Lancaster 3. DeLuca on deck. 1-1, that runs in, count 2 balls and a strike. Crosby 1 for 3. He singled and scored a run back in the 4th. 2-1 pitch, swinging a foul ball. Third base side, over the dugout. The foul ball PA reads are honestly really quite funny. 2-2 pitch, breaking ball on the inside corner for strike 3. Every foul ball is advertised here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. So there is 1 out now in the top of the 7th. That brings up Joe DeLuca. DeLuca 1 for 3 today. He's listed as 1 for 3. It's actually only 1 for 2. He walked. DeLuca singled back in the 2nd. He walked in the 4th, and he popped out to second base his last time up. Well, they have adjusted the ruling up on the scoreboard. He is now listed as 1 for 2. First pitch was low for ball 1 on the right-handed hitter, or the switch hitter who's batting from the right side, I should say. 1-0 pitch, that runs in, count 2-0. Two-0 pitch is upstairs. Had a couple of answers in our YouTube chat who were correct. Kaylee and Dennis Moore both answered 23. 3-0 offering. Called strike on the inside corner in the count 3-1. Kaylee has done a terrific job. I think this is the 3rd trivia question that she's gotten right. Well done, Kaylee. Dennis Moore also well done getting this one right. Listening as always from Possum Point Lodge. 3-1 pitch, that's away. And ball 4. That's issued to Joe DeLuca. It's the 3rd time on base for the designated hitter. He singled and now has walked twice. Runner on first now with 1 out for Braxton Lee. Lee steps in from the left side. First pitch to the lefty is up and away for ball 1. He's 0 for 2 on the day. Lee was also hit by a pitch and he came around and scored. The Blue Crabs are looking to win back-to-back games and 5 in their last 6. As the 1-0 pitch runs up and in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. Blue Crabs won the last 2 games in Charleston, won 2 out of 3 in York. As the 2-0 pitch is away and the count 3 balls and no strikes now on Lee. And the issue here for Cha is that they've invested quite a bit of effort into him. As a 3-0 pitch is a called strike at the belt and the count 3 balls and 1 strike. Cha has thrown 24 pitches, just 10 strikes, and 14 balls. They went as far as to have him hit for himself as the 3-1 pitch is swung on and fouled off third base side, which really signaled that they wanted him to go deep. Cha has gone an inning. He's recorded just 1 out here in the 7th. 3-2, swinging a high fly ball. Shallow left field. Clark comes in. I beg your pardon, that's Trayvon Robinson, who makes the catch and throws a line drive throw over to second. And there are 2 away.
The catcher, Ryan Howell.
So after a solo shot from Jared Walker, Blue Crabs also have picked up a walk from Joe DeLuca. It's a runner on first base with 2 outs. Ryan Haug, 1 for 2 today. He was also hit by a pitch. First pitch called strike. Right down the middle on the catcher, who's hitting .386. One of our previous trivia questions is, what is the highest batting average in Major League Baseball history? One of the ones that Kaylee actually got right. And the answer was .426 back in 1901. Blue Crabs 8, Lancaster 3 in the top of the 7th inning. 2 outs in the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1, check swing. Did he go around the first base umpire in today's ball game? Carl Villanueva says he held up in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Almost looked like he had a very defensive swing, inadvertently going around, but the first base umpire said he held up. It's the count 2-1. The 2-1 pitch, that's in, and the count 3 balls and a strike. Well, Eric Cha has not thrown all that many strikes, but he really hasn't paid the price for the number of balls he's thrown so far, and he's thrown 17 balls and just 13 strikes. This one, 3-1, is swung on, a flare over towards second base, and the shortstop, Hoover, steps on the bag for the final out. Runner on first base for the Blue Crabs, Joe DeLuca. Had a tough time reading that play. He was late to get to the bag at second. Either way, that ends the top of the 7th inning. Time to get up and stretch. It's the Blue Crabs who have a 5-run lead here from Clipper Magazine Ballpark. Stick with us.
This is Dalton Geeky, and you're listening to Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. This is Dalton Geeky, and you're listening to Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, it's Bradley Roney who enters the ball game in the bottom of the 7th inning, as he will face off against Andretti Cordero, 2, 3, and 4, and the Lancaster batting order with an 8-3 Blue Crabs lead. First pitch to the right-handed hitter is a fastball up and in at 93, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Roney has a 1-0 record, a 4.41 ERA, his whip at 1.29. He pitched on Tuesday against York. 1 inning, he allowed 2 hits, 2 earned runs, a walk, and 2 strikeouts. 1-0 pitch is swung on and fouled off first base side. The count 1 ball and 1 strike. Now I mentioned this down in Gastonia. And in Gastonia it was after every pitch. And I don't think it is after every pitch here. It's the 1-1 pitch is inside. And they play music between every pitch here at Clipper Magazine Stadium. They did it back down in Gastonia. It's something I haven't heard at either the major league level or at any other ballpark in my life. So it is interesting. And I think that there's some appeal to it. I'm not someone who's a particularly big fan of it. We definitely don't do it down in Waldorf, Maryland with the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. But the 2-1 pitch swung on, hit high in the air, deep left center field. Back to the warning track. Sundberg at the wall. And that ball is gone. Or at least I believe so. No, now the first base umpire, Carl Villanueva, is saying it's a double. I honestly couldn't see whether that bounced on the warning track and went over or went over on the fly as Sundberg got to that ball. And then I saw it over the wall just a little bit later. I do think that's probably the right call. Third base coach for Lancaster was saying he thought it was a home run, giving the home run motion. First base umpire said no, it was a ground rule double. It was honestly very difficult to see out in left center field. First pitch to the 3-hitter in the lineup, Kelly Dugan, is a called strike on the outside corner, and the count 0-1. So not a home run, merely a very long double for Cordero. Roney steps off and looks back Cordero at second base. Here's the pitch to Dugan, swinging a high fly ball, deep right center field, back to the warning track at the wall. That one is gone. A 2-run shot from Kelly Dugan, and it cuts the Blue Crabs' lead to 8-5. As that pitch was a fastball over the middle, and Dugan hit a line drive home run over the wall in left center. Well, this is now an 8-5 ball game. A couple of well-hit balls from the Barnstormers as Kelly Dugan hits his 12th home run of the year. Franco, as the first pitch is upstairs for ball 1 on Colton Shaver back in the York series. Had 12 home runs as well. Home run for Dugan has him now tied for second for home runs in the Atlantic League. Base paths are empty with nobody out. Count 2 balls and no strikes now on Colton Shaver. And the 2-0, wave and a miss. And the count now 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, the offense has come alive here in the 7th for Lancaster. 2-1 pitch. That's a little bit upstairs in the count. 3 balls and a strike. On Colton Shaver. Three-one pitch. That's away for ball 4. And Shaver walks. Runner on first base now and 1 out. Or I beg your pardon, nobody out. It's Trayvon Robinson who will step in. And manager Stan Clyburn walks out to the mound. And he makes the move as Nick Wells will enter the game here in the 7th Bradley Roney had a bit of a tough go of things after a single and a 2-run home run. He walks Colton Shaver, and Nick Wells will enter the ball game. We'll step aside on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. When we come back, we'll give you all the numbers on Nick Wells. It's 8-5 Southern Maryland as they try to hold on in the bottom of the 7th inning.
During the time frame from May 3rd to the 31st, he was
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Whether it's Chris Paul, Cliff Paul, Aaron Rodgers, or even the son of a former Blue Crab, Patrick Mahomes, you've seen many athletes endorsing State Farm. That's because your State Farm agent has your back through good times and not so good times. That's why all the Blue Crabs, Daryl Thompson, and the whole team trust State Farm with their insurance needs. State Farm is the company people have trusted for over 99 years to help life go right. Call your local State Farm agent, Greg Conklin, today at 240-776-4289.
Back in the bottom of the 7th inning, the Lancaster Barnstormers trail the Blue Crabs 8-5. Nick Wells has entered the ballgame. First pitch from Wells on the 5-hitter Trayvon Robinson is upstairs for ball 1. It's been a little while since the last time Nick Wells has pitched. He's back on Monday on Memorial Day. Wells is a 1.98 ERA. The pitch, swinging a high pop-up directly overhead. On top of the press box, and it's now going to roll down onto the crowd, I think. Hasn't come down yet. Runner on first base with nobody out. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on Robinson, who's 2 for 3 today. Here's the pitch from Wells, slow and in, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Wells this year has really only had 1 outing where he struggled, and that's even the reason he has his 2 ERA. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed a run at all across 13 2/3 innings of work. 2-1 runs in. Now the count 3 balls and 1 strike. Wells has allowed 3 total runs, earned or unearned, the entire year. They all came back on April 7th at the Wild Health Genomes. That was the day the Blue Crabs snapped their 12-game winning streak. 3-1 pitch to Trayvon Robinson is low and in. It's ball 4, and there are now runners on first and second with nobody out. And Southern Maryland has Andres Briseño, who starts warming up. I believe Kaylee mentioned that her daughter Elliot, that Elliot's favorite player is Andres Briseño. Well, Briseño is warming up, and it seems very likely he will enter this ball game. Wells, the first pitch is a called strike on the outside corner. Count 0-1 on Trace Lair, who digs in from the right side. Runners on first and second, no outs. in the bottom of the 7th. We'll recap this ball game. 5-0 Blue Crabs in the top of the 4th. Scored 5 runs in the inning. The Lancaster Barnstormers responded with 3 in the bottom of the 4th to make it a 5-3 game. 0-1 pitch. It was a showed bunt from Trace Lair. He pulled back at the last moment. Third base umpire Justin Alvarez said he held up. Back to going through this game. It was 5-3 Blue Crabs at the end of 4. The Blue Crabs added 1 in the 5th, 1 more in the 6th to go up 6-3. Made it 7-3 in the top of the 7th. Trace Lair now bunts right back to the mound. Nick Wells turns and lobs it over to first base in time to get Lair by a step. And there is 1 out, and there are runners on 2nd and 3rd here in the bottom of the 7th inning. That brings up Ed Reichenbach. So now Colton Shaver from 3rd, Trayvon Robinson from 2nd. The Blue Crabs had an 8-3 lead going into the bottom of the 7th inning. But a 2-run home run from Kelly Dugan cut it to 8-5. And after a pair of walks, one to Colton Shaver, the other to Trayvon Robinson, there are now 2 runners on base. The pitch, breaking ball cut on and missed from Reichenbach. The count 0-1. Wells went with a breaking ball there to get the swing and the miss. Now the 0-1 pitch. That's low again. This time, Reichenbach doesn't bite, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Andretti Cordero launched a high fly ball to deep left center field that ended up being a double as it bounced on the warning track before going over for an automatic double. 1-1 pitch, swinging a foul ball back behind home plate. Count 1-2. Then a 2-run home run from Kelly Dugan. A walk issued to Colton Shaver, a walk to Trayvon Robinson, and Trace Lair bunted back to Nick Wells, who made the only play over at first base. So there's 1 out, runners on 2nd and 3rd. Wells ahead in this count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pitch to Reichenbach, that's upstairs, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes on the righty. Ten hits for Lancaster, just 8 for the Blue Crabs. Only 1 Blue Crab player has multiple hits. It's Jared Walker, who's 2 for 3. DeLuca's been on base 3 times, though. 2-2 pitch, breaking ball, swing and a miss, struck him out. And Ed Reichenbach goes down swinging. And there are 2 away. That brings up Devon Torrance, who is a pinch hitter. Eric Cha exits the ball game with Devon Torrance coming in. Well, that'll do it for Eric Cha, who went an inning and 2/3. Allowed 1 hit, 1 run. He walked 1, he struck out 1. First pitch called strike. Runners on 2nd and 3rd and 2 outs. A 92-mile-an-hour fastball from Nick Wells on the called strike. 0-1 from Wells. Swinging a line drive, right field. It's right at Braxton Lee, who took 2 steps over to the line to make the catch and end the inning. Well, the Barnstormers score 2, but they strand 2 at the end of 7 at Southern Maryland 8. And the Barnstormers 5. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Stick with us as we go to the top of the 8th.
That is true.
This is Dalton Geeky, and you're listening to Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, we're back in the top of the 8th inning, 9-1 and 2 coming to the plate. Michael Baca followed by Jack Sundberg and Michael Wolanski. First pitch to Baca is low for ball one as Donald Goodson has entered the ball game. Goodson has a 10.66 ERA across 12 innings. So one swinging a ground ball down the third base line. It's a base hit. Baca going for second. The throw to second is not in time. A leadoff double from Michael Baca as he runs out a ground ball down the third base line. And there's a runner on second base with no outs. And that brings up Jack Sundberg. Well, for Baca, it's the second hit of the ball game. And Baca's been hitting the ball very well recently. He's now 2 for 3. His batting average up to a season high, 225. Here's the pitch to Sundberg. Squares around a bunt and pulls back. And the count 1 ball and no strike. Oh, it was a called strike, I beg your pardon, by the home plate umpire Warren Nicholson. Here's the 0-1. Bunt down the third baseline. It's a really good one, and Jack Sundberg has himself a base hit. Well, the ball slowed down significantly when it went from the dirt of the infield batting circle onto the dirt of the grass. There's a strong lift there when the ball goes from the dirt onto the grass, and it slowed the ball up significantly. And by the time either the catcher, Shaver, or Augie Silk could get there, it was not worth throwing the ball. But a terrific bunt from Jack Sundberg. And there are now runners on the corners with still nobody out. Well, that brings Michael Wolanski to the plate. Wolanski does have a hit today. He's 1 for 4. Also had a hit in yesterday's contest. It was an important hit as it drove in 2 runs and gave the Blue Crabs a pair of insurance runs to make this a 4-1 ball game at the time. Blue Crabs ended up winning 7-1. Runner goes, pitch is low, throw down to second is high and not close. Oh, and now they tag him as his hand comes off the bag. Jack Sundberg was initially safe. He supposedly took his hand off the bag for a split second, was tagged, and is now called out. From my initial view, he was still safe. And Sundberg has some words for the third base umpire, Justin Alvarez. Did not look like a good call on my first view.
Whoa, somebody had a big piece of grouchy pie this morning.
Runner on third now and 1 out for Wolanski. 1-0 pitch, check swing. They motion down to first. The first base umpire, Carl Villanueva, said he held up. And the count 2 balls and no strikes. Baca from third. The pitch, swinging a high fly ball. Center field, straight away, deep. Ladarius Clark back in front of the warning track where he makes the catch. His throw is cut off by the pitcher, Donald Goodson. And a run comes in and scores as Baca scores from third base. It's now a 9-5 lead for the Blue Crabs. And here comes Zach Collier. Collier is 0 for 3 today. He has walked and scored a run. So Michael Baca's leadoff double pays off as the Blue Crabs now have a 4-run lead. First pitch called strike, thigh high on a breaking ball. There are now 2 outs though after Jack Sundberg was caught stealing. And Michael Wolanski hits a sacrifice fly. Sundberg beat the throw very significantly, which is why that caught stealing is not totally representative. Top of the 8th inning, 9-5 Southern Maryland. 0-2 pitch. Swinging a line drive back behind home plate. And the count remains 0-2. Well, Blue Crabs now have the same number of hits as Lancaster. Let's run through some of the better performances today. Everybody has now reached base. We'll get there in a moment. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Collier goes down on strikes. Well, I guess we'll have to wait until the 8th inning, the bottom of the 8th inning for that. So stick with us and we'll run through some of the better Blue Crabs performances today on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Coach Doug's, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by, and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs!
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, it's not quite time for Matt Latos to enter the game yet, as we're in the bottom of the 8th inning. Matt Latos is warming up. You just heard him moments ago for station identification. The new pitcher for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs is Andres Briseño. Blue Crabs went to Baker in the 6th. He pitched a scoreless inning. Bradley Roney ran into some trouble in the 7th. He faced 3 batters and allowed a 2-run home run. But Nick Wells came in and retired the side, and here comes Andres Briseño in the bottom of the 8th inning. As that brings up Jake Hoover. It will be Hoover followed by Ladarius Clark and Andretti Cordero here in the 8th. Hoover is 1 for 3 today. Had a base hit back in the 6th. He did ground into a double play, or actually he flied into a double play back in the 4th. First pitch is upstairs, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. One for 3 today, and the 1-0 pitch is swung on and missed, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Clipper Magazine Ballpark is shallow at the corners, 320 in left, 300 in right. And it does not really jut out directly the way that some other ballparks do that are 300 at the corner. 97-mile-per-hour fastball on the 1-1, and it's swung through by Jake Hoover, count 1-2. Base paths empty and no outs. Hoover taps home plate once. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball low and out of the zone at 85. And Hoover swings and misses. This is what we've come to expect from Endris Briseño. Briseño allowed 2 runs on a 2-run home run back on April 25th against the Long Island Ducks, where he went 1 inning, allowed 1 hit, 2 runs. He also walked 2 in that contest. His walk numbers are up a little bit. Briseño has allowed 10 walks and 9 hits over 17 1/3. First pitch is swung on and fouled down the first base line. The count 0-1. Here in the bottom of the 8th inning, we're happy to have you with us. Briseño, the 0-1. Swinging a line drive foul behind home plate, and the count 0-2. Well, we've seen some of the velocity from Briseño already this season, but when he's touching 97, it's clear that he is one of the best relief pitchers in this league, if not the best. He won the Atlantic League Pitcher of the Year award, or Relief Pitcher of the Year award, last year. As the 0-2 pitch is up and away, and the count 1-2 strikes on Ladarius Clark, the leadoff hitter in the lineup for Lancaster. Base paths empty with 1 out, 9-5 Southern Maryland. The 1-2, swinging a ground ball over to short, fielded on the forehand by Baca. The throw to first is in time to get the very speedy Ladarius Clark. Had to rush the throw, and he did so successfully. And there are 2 outs now in the bottom of the 8th inning. 2 up and 2 down, a strikeout and a ground out from Briseño. And that brings up Andretti Cordero. As Matt Latos puts his sweatshirt back on. He was warming up momentarily. I imagine we'll throw some more pitches soon. The first pitch, swinging line drive, and a leaping catch made by Alex Crosby to end the inning. Andretti Cordero ripped that one over the head of Alex Crosby, but he leaped and made a terrific catch to end the inning. A 1-2-3 inning from Endris Briseño. He dominated the first 2 at-bats. That last one hard hit, but his fielders, in particular, it's Alex Crosby who comes up big to end the bottom of the 8th inning. We go to the top of the 9th. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. It's 9-5 Southern Maryland.
This is Dalton Geeky, and you're listening to Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
4, 5, and 6 due up in the inning for the Blue Crabs as we go to the top of the ninth, a 9-5 Southern Maryland lead. First pitch is a called strike on Jared Walker, and the count no balls and 1 strike. Walker 2 for 3 today. Hit a home run his last time up. First, the 0-1 pitch is a called strike. Now the count no balls and 2 strikes on the first baseman. Hit a home run not only over the wall and right, but out of the ballpark altogether. 0-2, wave and a miss on a breaking ball. Donald Goodson went low and away, and Walker swung over it. There is 1 away in the top of the ninth. Brings up Alex Crosby, who will be followed by Joe DeLuca. Crosby steps in on the left side. Pitch low and in. And the count 1 ball and no strikes. Alex Marathieu is warming up in the Blue Crabs bullpen in a 9-5 ball game. The pitch to Crosby is low, and the count now 2 balls and no strikes with 1 out. Marathieu has come in the 9th inning with a somewhat sizable lead in the past. The idea for the Blue Crabs here is to get Marathieu some work while also having Latos there on the back end. 2-0 pitch, swinging a high pop-up in the infield. It's the first baseman Cordero who calls off the second baseman Lair and makes the catch just outside of the infield grass for the second out. 2 up and 2 down here in the top of the ninth. And that brings up Joe DeLuca, who is 1 for 2 today.
Okay then. Goodbye. And goodbye.
.353 hitter on the year. DeLuca in the last series was quite effective. 4 for 10. He had 5 RBIs. He also walked 3 times. So far today, he's drawn 2 walks. 5 walks in the last 4 games. First pitch is up and away, and the count 1 ball and no strikes on the switch hitter. He's batted from the right side twice today, batted from the left side twice. Does not have a hit from the left side. He's 0 for 1. 1-0 pitch, swinging a high pop-up foul behind home plate, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. As the flag waves out in center field, the wind blowing from left to right. Goodson set, 1-1 pitch, that's away, count 2 balls and 1 strike. Ryan Haug, the other catcher for the Blue Crabs, was hit by a pitch today for the 14th time. To give you some perspective, Blue Crabs pitching has hit a total of 16 batters, and he alone has been hit 14 times. 2-1 pitch, swung on and fouled back. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Haug has a 6-game hitting streak going after he hit a double down the left field line. DeLuca's hit streak also extended to 6 games. Alex Crosby saw his hit streak extended to 7 games. 2-2 pitch, called strike 3. As Joe DeLuca goes down looking to end the top of the 9th inning. A clean inning from Donald Goodson. Earns a pair of strikeouts and a pop out. We go to the bottom of the 9th. It's Alex Marathieu who enters the game, looking to finish out the Lancaster Barnstormers. Stick with us in the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. The Blue Crabs still lead by 4.
This is Coach Doug's, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs!
Well, everybody heard quite a bit from Matt Latos on his station ID in the 8th and going into the 9th inning. But Latos does not come in, or at least not for now, as Alex Marathieu is in the ball game. He will face off against the heart of the order. First pitch swinging from Kelly Dugan is swung on, and a line drive over to short. A diving catch made by Alex Crosby, the third baseman who was shifted into the shortstop position. In a diving catch, sprawling out over towards second base to rob a base hit from Kelly Dugan in the 9th, and there's one away. And here comes Colton Shaver. Shaver 1 for 2. He's also walked twice. First pitch. That's low and away, and the count 1-0. One out, and a 9-5 Blue Crabs lead. Alex Marathieu comes in, tries to get the job done himself here, and he's only thrown 2 pitches, but Ryan Howe going to go out and have a chat with him. Ryan Howe and Alex Marathieu exchange a few words as Marathieu looks to close out this ball game. On the year, a 7.36 ERA, but he's pitched better recently. Marathieu also hasn't thrown all that many innings. He's only thrown 10 2/3 this year, so it's tough to really get a gauge when he's only thrown 10 2/3 coming in. The 1-0 pitch is a called strike, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Has not pitched since last Friday. As the 1-1 is away, the count 2 balls and a strike. So it's been a week since his last appearance at Charleston. It was 5 days since his appearance prior to that. He did allow 2 runs at Charleston, but the previous 3 outings have been scoreless. 2-1, swung on and fouled back to the netting. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Every few starts for him, he seems to allow a few runs, and then he'll go with a couple of clean innings altogether. He had back-to-back appearances prior to his game against Charleston when he had 1, 2, 3 innings. Base paths are empty with 1 out. As Colton Shaver steps back in from the right side. Two from Merrithew. Swinging a line drive, center field, straight away. Zach Collier takes 2 steps in and makes the catch, and there are 2 away. 2 up and 2 down to start the bottom of the 9th inning. And here comes Trayvon Robinson. The Blue Crabs have a 4-run lead, looking to hold on and win this one 9-5. A win for the Blue Crabs. It would be their 5th win in their last 6 tries. Merrithew gets a sign from Haug. First pitch, swinging a line drive foul to the netting, and the count, no balls and 1 strike. Trey Slair in the on-deck circle if necessary. Oh, 1, that's outside, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike on the lefty Robinson. Blue Crabs defensively are straight away. And although Lancaster trails 9-5, they have more hits than the Blue Crabs. They've out-hit Southern Maryland 11-10. 1-1, swinging a foul ball, third base side, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, Lancaster's down to their final strike for Alex Merrithew. He will throw his 10th pitch of this appearance. Trying to retire Robinson for just the 2nd time today. He's 2 for 3. He's also walked once. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. A 1-2-3 inning from Alex Merrithew as he retires the Lancaster Barnstormers in order in the 9th inning. Well, the Blue Crabs win this one 9-5. Southern Maryland had won 3 straight between 2 at the end of the series against Charleston and the first game of the series against York. They lost in game 2, but have now won back-to-back games yet again. Well, the Blue Crabs are winners of 5 of their last 6 contests. And they look to win this series tomorrow as they take on the Lancaster Barnstormers for game 2 tomorrow evening at 6:30. The Blue Crabs are now 4-0 against the Lancaster Barnstormers. They won all 3 games back at home, and they pick up their 4th win here on the road. Let's run through the Blue Crabs numbers right now. They improved to 28-10 on the season. They're 28-10 overall in the first half. In road games, the team improves to 13-8, which is very impressive. And on the road, they're 13-8. They are 15-2 at home. They've won back-to-back games, winners of 5 of their last 6, and they are 6-4 in their last 10. Blue Crabs win the first game of the series, and they are now 9-4 in series openers. Blue Crabs win what was a 4-run game today. They made 2 errors, and they did not out-hit their opponents. The Blue Crabs also did not score first as the Barnstormers picked up the opening run. Or beg your pardon, the Blue Crabs did score first. They scored 5 runs in the 4th before the Barnstormers responded with 3. And when the Blue Crabs do score first, the Blue Crabs are now 16-2. When they score more than 3 runs, they are 23-4. This is a team that when they score, when the bats are there, the pitching has generally been there, at least been there enough to get the job done, and that was certainly the case today as Eddie Butler went 5 innings. He allowed 3 runs. Patrick Baker pitched a clean inning. Bradley Roney did run into some trouble. He allowed a couple of runs in the 7th inning. Nick Wells came in. He pitched a clean inning in the 7th. Andres Briseño pitched a 1-2-3 8th inning. And Alex Merrithew followed it up with a 1-2-3 9th inning. Well, that'll do it from us here at the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. The Blue Crabs winners today, 9-5. We'll run through just a couple more things before we sign off as the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs have a 9.5 game lead going into the series against the Long Island Ducks, or over the Long Island Ducks, I should say. And we await the scores on those games. As the Blue Crabs came in 9.5 games up. In second place in the division are the Long Island Ducks. And the Ducks won today 9-5, so that will stay at a 9.5 game lead. The Lancaster Barnstormers dropped to 11 games back out of first place. The Blue Crabs moved to 28-10. The Barnstormers dropped to 17-21. We're going to run through the box score quickly before we sign off and say goodnight. The Blue Crabs had 10 hits tonight. That does match the number for Lancaster. There was a discrepancy between the official scoring and the scoring up on our scoreboard here in the field. And so Jack Sundberg had 2 hits. He was 2 for 4. Michael Wolanski was 1 for 4. The two of them combined 3 for 8 with 4 RBIs. Jared Walker also had a 2-hit day, including a solo home run over the wall in right field. Out of the ballpark altogether, Alex Crosby was 1 for 5. Joe DeLuca 1 for 3, but he walked twice as well, reached base 3 times. Ryan Haug extended his hit streak to 6 games. He was 1 for 3 today. He also drove in 2 runs and scored a run. And Michael Baca is hitting the ball very well right now. His batting average was down at 140 only a couple weeks ago. It's now at 225. He was 2 for 3 today. Also drew a walk. On the pitching for the Blue Crabs, you mentioned it already a little bit. Blue Crabs sent 6 pitchers to the mound today. 5 innings from Butler, allowed 7 hits and 3 earned runs. He also struck out 5. Baker went 1 inning of work. He allowed 1 hit. Bradley Roney did not record an out as he faced 3 batters and did allow a 2-run home run. Nick Wells came in for a hold. He pitched an inning of work. He allowed 1 walk. He struck out 1. His ERA all the way down to 1.84. Andres Briseño pitched a clean inning, striking out 1 batter. His ERA down to 1 flat. And Alex Merrithew pitched a clean 1-2-3 inning, striking out a batter. His ERA down to 6.94. Well, that'll do it from us here at the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. We thank everybody for joining us tonight. We'll be back tomorrow night, same place, same time at 6:35 p.m. Have a great night, everybody. And as always, let's go Blue Crabs.